This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools. This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools. This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools. This is where the future begins. It's time to invest in our future. It's time to help our schools improve for the future. And it's time to give our educators what they need to innovate for the future, because the future of Texas is in our public schools.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Thank you all for being here. Can you hear me clearly? My name is Sewell Chan, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the Texas Tribune. On behalf of our organization, I want to thank all of you for being here today, in person and online. Today's conversation is titled Uvalde, Resilience, Recovery, and Healing. Uvalde was scarred by the tragedy that happened here 1 year ago, but it is not defined by it. All of the speakers at today's event are Uvaldeans, because it is the people of Uvalde who best understand their community, its needs, and its future. We've been honored to tell some of their stories over the past year. Thank you to our host, Southwest Texas Junior College, for providing the space for the without the support South Texas. This event, they play Tribune is committed to more about the Tribune. And now about today's event. Of course, 30 for our the to just to the
back at the past, identify the failures, and even identify the moments of hope. The hope for change, the hope for healing, and it is my point that allows us to speak candidly. Healing can be in our Uvalde community. Thank you for joining us here this morning for these very
We have three mental health experts that are going to help us navigate the grief and the aftermath in Uvalde. Uvalde has long suffered from a lack of mental health and young people. The tragedy in Uvalde affected, of course, the 21. So I'm going to introduce to you guys our panel today, and I have my cue cards here, so I'm cheating a little bit. Looks like, and how can we possibly even try to move forward? Been helping a lot of the family members, get through this grieving process. We also have Dr. Monica Gutierrez, who is a key person, putting up events for people who need some healing. And of course, the Bereavement Center is going to talk about the services they provide, especially here in Uvalde. So if you don't mind, I'll start with you, Dr. Sokol. If you can talk to us about what the Bereavement Center is and what kind of services they're providing.
So, Children's Bereavement Center has been in existence for 25 years, and it's actually part of a movement across the country at that time in recognizing as someone they love. And in San Antonio, which is where we're based, where I'm based, who are grieving the death of a loved one and their parents. Chronic illness and sudden death. In our mission, we help children, their families, and the community. And we've been very involved in Sutherland Springs. We had a site there for 3 years. In the Rio Grande Valley, because there is so much death there, some of it related to access to health care. So on May 24th of last year, our board of directors had just a scheduled meeting, an annual meeting. And of course, when we walked in, we had all heard the news. And there was no doubt. In fact, within an hour and a half, they said, just go, and we'll figure out how to pay for this. And so our staff was up here with many others. We are one of many, and I want to say that. I'm really humbled to be here today with the parents and with all of you who live and breathe this in Uvalde every day. But we did come to Uvalde. We sent teams. We actually have a school-based program in San Antonio where counselors are out in the schools. And so we were able to pull them out since it was summer, some of them on a rotating basis. So we were driving back and forth every day here, staffing in the Civic Center, then found a temporary site at 221 North Getty, which we moved into supposedly for 6 months. And then through a long, very wonderful series of events, we were able to meet Father Mike Marsh. And while we were just desperately searching for a place that we could be here permanently, Father Mike remembered the garage that had been deeded to them right next to, on North Getty, right next to the church. Again, through many fortuitous encounters with people, we have a crew that are coming up, volunteering their time to build a children's bereavement center. And what that means is we're building a facility that looks like a house. In San Antonio, we have expanded, but it still looks like a home-like setting. Art rooms, music rooms, pet therapy, dogs, a place where children and adults can decompress. Our focus is on the children, and so to qualify, you have to have a child who has experienced grief, is experiencing grief. We don't put timelines on that. We see children where the death has occurred 8 years ago that come in our door and are just falling apart. And many times the family is so immersed in the grief that they just can't get to that level of psychological need. Last summer, we held a grief camp. It was probably premature, but we wanted to do something. And so in San Antonio, we offered families the ability to come at no cost. And all of our services are at no cost to children. That's a model that most centers across the country can't sustain. I think in Texas and San Antonio, there's just this really spirit of giving. And so we've been able to keep that model. Backtracking.
Dr. Sokol, if
yes.
I can, I know we've spoke before about what the early days looks like when a tragedy like this happens.
Right.
And I wanted to talk about the influx of people that come in at the beginning,
Right.
and suddenly they disappear, and how we can do probably perhaps to do that better.
Okay, thank you. Actually, that influx for us was worrying because we didn't see the people. What we knew was that there were many individuals who were really experiencing trauma, which is that physical effect of just, I feel sick, I can't even get out of bed. We also knew that there might be resistance to mental health counseling and such. So we mailed a postcard to every house within Uvalde County saying that we were setting up a drop-in center. Even our camp, we had 25 families registered and confirmed, and we had someone from the school district that knew the children and families. But right before camp started, we had half of the families drop out because they were too afraid to come out with their families. I was told after 2 weeks by my staff that the families wanted to start coming and talking with grief specialists, but they wouldn't come if our drop-in center didn't have a lock on the door. So the prevalence of anxiety was huge. That has changed. Dr. Brenda Faulkner's here today. We were able to hire a good staff here, but it's really a matter of establishing trust in part. Once families come, they know they can trust us, and they want to talk. We're here for the long term.
We also spoke about two types of influx, the therapists of influx that come here, but also the media. Can you tell me a little bit about how that affects the community?
Sure. I'll talk a little bit first about the therapist influx. I know I was at the Civic Center the 3 days after the tragedy. I'd been a school counselor with the school district for many years. And I wanted to just offer my services because I know a lot of the school district current counselors were just unable to work with individuals at that time. So that first day we had an influx, so many counselors all around the state that came in to assist. And counseling it was cut like three.
Some
To go to just it, this in place of no the under their work right now. I don't have any that are in the school counseling field for Uvalde.
Can you mention, Doctor, the need to find and train therapists from Uvalde and how we can
Yes,
accomplish
because
that?
we want to grow our own. We want counselors that are here to stay, that are here to give back to the community. I know the district, at one point, they had a plan of at least 2 counselors per campus, and in some cases, we didn't even have one counselor, one school counselor. So we need to grow our own so that they'll remain here and they're wanting to give back to the community and they have their roots here. So that's been a difficult process, but hopefully it's going to get rolling here pretty soon.
And speaking of community-wide trauma, we spoke behind the scenes about what the presence of a large amount of media can do to a community, both good and bad. And I'm a little biased because I'm on the media side, but I can also recognize when the large presence can inflict some emotional.
Definitely. And I'll be the first to admit that when the media was first here, I joined in the choir with everybody saying they shouldn't be here, they're just stirring the pot, this is just making it more difficult. But then there came a point to where parents and community were asking for answers, and nobody was willing to step up to the plate. And I believe that if it wasn't for the media that pushed and probed and had access to these tapes and these different ways of getting information, that the parents in the community wouldn't have received a lot of the information that they did receive. So I ended up having a really high regard for media because they'd always been to me the enemy. You know, they just want a story, they just want this and that. And then I had a lot of respect for them because they were able to assist our community with getting truth, getting answers, getting stories that needed to be told, that needed to be shared.
Humanizing
Yes.
the victims, the survivors is also a key part of journalism. Jacqueline, I see you shaking your head. I want to ask you to also offer an input on the same topic, but also in the midst of all this influx of people, you managed to treat people one-on-one. Can you talk a little bit about those two aspects?
So I do believe in the assistance of the media, and I've actually been with a lot of the families that lost their children, lost their sisters, and also the survivors from 112. And I feel like the media gives them a voice. Oftentimes they feel unseen or unheard, and the media has been able to do that for them. And I've actually gotten close to some of the media people too, and so they talk to me sometimes and they say about how they try to capture the emotion. And why is that important? It's because it's still occurring, and I think a lot of people think it's got to go away, and we want to hide it. We want to not believe that it's still something that's real. But that's not how emotions process. You know, it's not quick, and everyone has their own way of processing. And I know some people say, well, they shouldn't take our pictures, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I also believe that it captures a moment that is so important for everyone all over the United States, all over the world. And the reason it is because we might not ever be able to change the gun reform here in Texas, okay? But I believe that we can at least, with every gun owner, request or ask for gun responsibility. So many people own guns, and if we all just stood up and said, hey, you know what, you shouldn't have a gun, let's report them. You know, and I think that emotion that they capture should infuriate us gun owners, because I'm a gun owner, and I think it should say, you know what, we should all have a responsibility for gun ownership. And that's why I think the media is important. I believe in our Second Amendment right. I completely believe that. In fact, I've been at the Capitol with all of those times that we've spoken and everything. But it's just something that I believe is what the 21 fight for. And everything that I do is always based on that. What would Edma want? And Edma, I believe, shielded her children. She was probably one of the first ones to die. And I think she did that. And if she could stand here today, she would do that. She would fight for those kids. She would fight for all of the kids that are still here.
Thank you for that. Speaking of influx, you managed to gain people's trust early on. Can you talk a little bit about how someone who comes from the outside can navigate that?
Well, it was very difficult. I know. Again, I'm a prayerful woman. I believe in prayer, and at the very beginning, it was very confusing. I didn't know what to do. I knew that I had a part to play. I'm an LPC. I knew I wanted to help, and I went to the Civic Center, and they said, we've got too many people. We don't need your help. And so I was just like telling my husband, what do we do? What do we do? And I just prayed and prayed, and somehow we came upon the children from room 112. Not as a therapist, but just as a community member. And I just listened to them, and I was astonished that so many people including from the school, including from our community, had not reached out to them. It was mind-boggling. I could not believe. We might not know who had trauma from Robb, and there's a lot of people there, but we knew who was in room 112. We knew who was impacted. And even the families that had lost their children or had lost their sisters, they hadn't been reached. And so I made that effort. My husband and I made that effort to call. And I remember the DA asked me, she said, how do you do that? How are you calling them? And I said, I hadn't even thought about it. I just did it. I just
Can you
called.
talk a little about how they receive you at first, and how do you breach that?
Well, it was a little difficult because I guess at that point media had already been, talking to them and wanting to get a story, and they were just broken. They were just completely shattered, and also they were almost ashamed that they needed help, that they didn't have money because they couldn't go to work, and they just wanted to take care of their children. And they would say, it's okay, it's okay. And I said, listen, you didn't ask for this to happen, and I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to ask for you. And so my husband and I think Roland Gutierrez was the first one that got them a check. And he had a bank out of Laredo, believe it or not. And we had millions of dollars coming in here, and we couldn't get money to them. And we were just trying to get their water bill paid, And then I contacted one of the families in the hospital, and he just said, Jacqueline, I just don't want my electricity to be shut off. Can you help me? My husband called the VP of A&P, and we got it worked out. But it just took a lot of groundwork like that, just trying to get simple things done for them. The simplest of things, just trying to get them some food. We gave out food. I called people in the community and said, can you help me get some food for them? Because he couldn't even buy groceries.
Oftentimes we forget about just those everyday logistical, practical needs. And there's so much people willing to help, but sometimes we spoke about this at the lack of organization. Before I move on to specifics of therapy, can you guys offer tips on how to, unfortunately these things happen way too often, and this is a pattern that repeats itself. People go to a community in big numbers, and 2 days later, everyone kind of leaves. How could that be done better from all of three's perspective?
So what I think you do as a community member, and where there's a massacre, mass shooting, is you connect with someone. People would come to me and say, how can I help? What can we do? And there was meetings. We had a ton of meetings. And we just said, here's the family. Here's this person. Stay with them. Contact them. Call them. Stay in contact with them. It might have seemed intrusive. And in fact, I'll tell you, I had some people be mean to me sometimes. They were angry sometimes, the parents. And I just listened. Because I knew they were going through a lot. Their children were suffering, and I said, that's okay. If I can take it, I can take someone to be mean to me right now. And I think that community members might take that wrong when you go help, and they might not necessarily embrace you. They're just not in a place that they can embrace you. They're broken, and when you're broken, you have to expect to also get some of that on you too.
Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, and I think just media coming into the community, making their presence known, but not being intrusive, respecting the families, giving them that space, asking them if it's okay to ask them a few questions. If they say yes, then fine. If not, respecting that and just backing off. Just being very respectful, because of course, it's a really, really, really difficult and delicate time. So I think that assists.
And I'm curious to hear about you about the trend of people coming and then leaving in a day's time. You think there'd be a better way of planning a constant flow of help instead of everyone just showing up and leaving?
Definitely. I think the school district was overwhelmed. Every school district has to have a crisis plan. That's required by the state. So I know they had a crisis plan, but what happens is oftentimes that crisis plan is up in a shelf and it's dusted off once in a blue moon and it's looked at infrequently. So definitely that crisis plan has to be addressed. It has to be up to date. There have to be specific meetings addressing the needs in that crisis plan. There has to be a committee of people that come together periodically and practice what is going to happen in a crisis. And unfortunately, again, I think it was on the bookshelf for the most part.
You didn't see that this time around happening.
Right.
Dr. Sokol.
I do give a lot of credit to the people that came from Austin and essentially mandated that we need to work together, because so many people were here, and good people, communities and schools, family service, Avance had all come in from the outside, and we were working with the school district right away and reaching out to Sacred Heart. That was interesting because that is has a school, has children who were, many of them transferred because they were right in the line of fire there. So I remember one day, and it sort of shocked me, but district attorney walked in the room and she said, "Raise your hand if you're representing an organization who plans to be here for at least the next 5 years." And I thought a minute, I said, okay, our board said we're here. But she said, and the rest of you now can leave the room, which was pretty dramatic. But it did identify who is here for the long term, committed to staying. And I think that was necessary at that time. I do believe we're trying to work together, not step on each other's toes, get a referral system as best we can. And then there are people that don't know they need help. And the Catholic school was one of them. They had an excellent principal, and I had been in touch, and he said, "I think we're fine. The Archdiocese is going to help us out of San Antonio." Well, 2 weeks later, my phone was just going on and on, and with missed calls from him. And he said, "Marion, every Monday morning I have 4 children in a total meltdown. They can't function." So we've been out there 3 days a week, and some of it's one-on-one counseling, but some of it is just mindfulness, giving the children a place where they can feel safe and debrief, and people that they know they can talk to if they need it.
And Doctor, I want to also ask you about that in more specific terms. You mentioned how the room doesn't look like a therapy room, right? There's no fluorescent lights, there's no white walls. Talk a little bit about, without giving anyone's names, like examples of how you help people deal with grief. I know you're really involved in a technique called expressive art. Mm-hmm. If you can talk about that.
Right, and when you walk into our center, you'll see, obviously play therapy things, dress up for children. They might want to dress up and play doctor, or we even have handcuffs that we lay out depending who's coming in. And so it's very much expressive arts for the little ones. But even the older children, they're not ready to talk. There was a little boy, and I think I shared with Edgar, we had twins in San Antonio a while back. One of them was doing very well. The other one just wouldn't even sit down at the table to do any artwork or anything. And after about 6 weeks, he finally walked over, took a bucket with crayons and markers and everything, and drew this incredible picture that I still have in my office. It was a really sophisticated sort of stick figure holding an umbrella, and then all around the rain was coming down, but those raindrops, every one of them was a big letter vertically, W-H-Y, Y. Puppetry also is important. We've worked with twins that one was doing well, again, and the other one wasn't. And that's always a puzzle to me, and I was following them. And turned out one day, using the puppets, that the little girl who was having all these temper tantrums said with her puppet to the other puppet, "When I grow up and be a mommy, I'm going to be a good mommy. I'm not going to be sick all the time and stay in bed." She had no concept that her mother didn't have a choice. So many times just letting them express things, even through stained glass art, where we help them make the analogy that, yes, these pieces are colored and they're broken and they're sharp. That's like your family right now. But after it goes through fire in our kiln, it can be something beautiful again.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Gutierrez, have any insight or examples that you can share or tips for families who may have a child at home? And I want to ask Jacqueline this because we spoke about this as well. But when someone is home, the child can just act and look normal, and then suddenly something can just, there's violence on TV, a loud sound on the streets. What can the grown-ups do?
Right. And I think people just need to be aware that that's the way grief and trauma work. I've heard several times a statement, well, they look just fine. I saw them playing outside. They were just fine. They were at school. They were, just fine. But then all it takes is, like you said, a loud slam, a doorbell ring, something that's unintended, and they go right into that PTSD, self-protective mode. They revert back to just wanting to be protected. They revert back to being in the center of trauma. So I think it's really important for people in the community, for teachers, for advocates, for everyone to understand, yes, at times it looks like they're just fine. Everything's, behind them and past. And that's not the case. It's going to reoccur, and we have to be aware of that. We have to be cognizant of that, and we have to be sympathetic to that. I think that's really important.
Jacqueline, if you can add to that, we spoke behind the scenes about when something like that happens, something similar, a child is triggered, and then tears come, right? What can people do in that situation?
Well, something else I wanted to share as in addition to that was that it's kind of interesting. Something that I've recognized with the children is that we might think of a loud noise as something that's going to be a trigger, but right now it's end of year. It's just end of year activities. It's saying it's the end of year. It's ceremonies that are happening because if you remember what happened, they remember. They know exactly what happened. And so some people we might get accustomed to hearing it's got to be a loud bang because it's going to remind us of a gun, or it might be the smell. But it's very interesting because it's something actually positive that we're going to experience every year. And so leading up to it, it's something that most people in here might associate with something positive at the end of the year. But even speaking about it can become a trigger to them. End of year movies, which is what they were experiencing. Things like that, activities that we normally do at the end of the year because it's fun and it's the end, it's not fun for them. And so I think it's, as far as a therapeutic perspective of that, it's just trying to understand that a trigger it's not the same for everyone, and that it can be very complex. And the most interesting part about a flashback, and I don't know, some of y'all are from Uvalde here, and I know y'all probably have flashbacks. I've had flashbacks too. You have a moment where you are immediately it's a flashback to that exact emotion. And it's not just fear, it's confusion, it's everything in that split second. And most of us are adults, and I don't think there's any children, but we're able to self-regulate through that. But a child, if it snaps in, it's like, where am I? And so that's therapeutically a parent or a school teacher would have to comprehend that they're taken away, and there's not like, oh, just get over it. They're in that moment. They're gone right now. And we have to help them develop regulating out of that and saying, okay, am I safe? Can I have control? Am I in control? Am I safe? Am I in a safe place? And I think that's one of the most important things that I can tell my families is that we need to give them some control. And I know some people might think, well, they can't, they're children, they don't know. We have to kind of say, well, let's help them feel safe. If they feel scared right now, let's go. It's okay. Let me take you out, which is a little difficult with school, okay? But we need safety measures like that in place, safety protocols that allow them to be a little bit more in control, and adults around them and everyone around them kind of understanding that we don't know the dynamics of this. We can't, because everybody here is going to experience it differently. That's why it's sometimes hard as a therapist to even describe it like in a group, to try to describe it to you, because it's very much in the moment of what a person is describing to you, or a child's describing. And therapists are very much on a journey with them. And it's allowing them to lead themselves, and you join them on the journey of healing. You build trust with them, and they feel like, I'm not alone. And that's what parents have to do with them, that they stand next to them, and they're not like, get over it, nothing's wrong, just keep going. No, I'm here. That's it. That's all you have to say is, I'm here, I'm right here, okay? Let me know what we can do, but it's okay, you're having a feeling right now. Sometimes it's just staying quiet. But it's very important. The family system is very, very important in how they respond to that child. There's another interesting aspect, because it's a small community, that you have double trauma in home, right? Some of the children that were at Robb had parents that were first responders. And so they have trauma too. So it's very complex. The whole system is changed, and how we normally would regulate is just very explosive at times, all different types of emotions. Parents are responding in this way. And so it's just building a lot of understanding that we don't know our response. We don't know our response. We just have to love each other, have compassion and understanding for each other.
And sometimes I've seen this firsthand, where there's a group at a park or a house gathering, and a child, would just come into tears. And our instinct is to say, don't cry. You want it to go away. Can you talk to us about?
Yes, and
true?
I mean, and sometimes it's hard, because as a parent, I'm a parent. A lot of the times we want to rescue our children out of that. And what do we want them to do? We want them to be happy. And I brought it with me because we talked about it. Let me see if I can pull it out. So I often show them, this is a feeling wheel. And this little section right here, this yellow section, is happy. But we're all of these emotions, and I actually send this to them on their phone. I send it to the kids, I send it to the parents. And I want them to know that we're all of these, and sometimes we're 5 of these at one time, You can be a mix of them. And it's important to understand that we can't always want our children to be happy. And when you want that, it doesn't match. And in their mind, they know, but I'm not happy. I'm afraid right now, and my mom doesn't understand, and I'm scaring my mom, so maybe I shouldn't just say this anymore, and I'm going to keep it bottled up. And so then now it's bottled up, and then it becomes explosive behavior, because no longer can they just cry. And sometimes you just need to cry. You just need to let it out, and the good cry and the support system around, it just it diffuses that emotion a little bit more every time.
You mentioned the system just a little while ago, and we spoke also at length behind the scenes about the system and the failures. You can't talk about Uvalde, unfortunately, without talking about the failures. And can you just also walk us through what the system is, and why did it fail so massively? And more importantly, how can we improve and do better next time?
So that was like the hardest thing for me, because any therapist does a lot of trauma work. That's all we do. 80% of people have had trauma, right? And the trauma is not only the incident, right? It's the response after the incident. And so I recognize that the fact that we were trying to put kids back into school within 2 weeks after the massacre, it wasn't a very supportive response. It wasn't very understanding to their emotions, and I felt like it was a disregard to them. And again, if you think of trauma, it's about just supporting them. Like, I understand, let's take a breather, let's give them a moment. But yes, there was a lot of things, obviously, that the system failed. Do I think they did it maliciously? I don't think so. I think that people weren't thinking. And it's hard when you're in a system that's broken. And I'm saying not just broken because of, broken things that happened before, but I'm talking about broken from the massacre. And you just don't make great decisions when you're in that state of mind. You want to rush through. And it's just a normal response. I don't know if it's normal, but it's a rescue mechanism that we have, that we try to say, let's go, come on. And you hear that a lot. How can we get the healing faster? Let's get it done. Why are they still crying? I don't understand why they're still upset. It's been a year. No, there's no time limit on this. There's not. Even at 2 weeks, there is definitely not a time limit on that. 2 weeks, when we wanted them to go back to school, I had parents calling me and said, what do I do? I said, you don't have to send them. They're telling me they're going to call CPS on me. I said, CPS is busy with other things. So they're not going to worry about you going to school. And I said, there's surely, the state knows we're in this situation. There's got to be some understanding. And again, I think it was wanting business as usual. Let's keep going. Everyone, get your resiliency skills up. Let's go. Regulate. Go. And it doesn't happen that way. And
by the system, to go back a little bit, you're talking about the entire system: city hall, school district, neighbors.
Yes, well, and it's kind of interesting because we're all systems, right? We have a family system, we have a community system, and they all interact with each other, right? And they all become pivotal parts of growing and healing, but they have to be fluid, they have to be able to move. And if you have rigid boundaries, you can't grow. You can't change according to that. Unfortunately, some families might have a child that's acting out, right? And you might say, you know what, that's it, you're punished. You're not going to have your phone. You might punish some things out of kids, but this is not punished. You can't get that out of them. It's something so deep that you have to change the system, be more understanding. And it's the same within the school system. They have to be more understanding, more fluid with the children and what they might need and their needs. And I know that that's difficult. That's a lot to ask. I know it is. I'm not saying they didn't try. I just know that a lot of what I saw, they couldn't go to school because of what was happening. And
Dr. Gutierrez, I see you shaking your head.
Yes, because just like Jacqueline said, a lot of these systems were trying to do the business as usual, and they were so focused on that they lost their empathy. They were just, I've got to check this box off, I've got to do this next step. This is the next thing to do. I've got to make sure I have this. And they weren't connecting with community members, with parents, with individuals. Again, they lost their empathy.
Dr. Sokol, yes.
I know it's difficult to talk about this, but after a tragedy like this, there are statistics that show that many of the teens in particular give up on life. And I'm just coming off of another teen suicide in San Antonio where we were out at the school all day. I know after Parkland, they had 2 suicides. After Sutherland Springs, working with more than 450 children, we did not have suicides, but we had 23 documented cases of suicidal ideation where students felt like life is just awful. Why do I even want to be here? So you see a lot of uncertainty in teens, and I think here, I often say it's pain of the past, but it's also fear of the future. And it is that constant of, how do I get out of this? How do I stop thinking of this? We had one student here in Uvalde who said, my whole high school career is just a disaster. And the grandmother called me. She said, "What do I do? I'm really afraid. She's so depressed." And I thought somehow she was connected to one of the victims. But when she asked the granddaughter a little more, intrusively, "What is it you're afraid of? Why are you so upset and disgusted?" She said, "Well, first, COVID took the first 3 years of my high school career, and now the massacre has taken the last part away." So there was no normalcy in her mind about high school. Even the prom didn't happen.
How can you identify those teens before it's too late and then offer help? Just
Well, we often say that anger, and a lot of this does generate anger, can be turned inward so that they're depressed and just reclusive, or it can be turned outward where they're acting out, they don't want to go to school. So I often look for the child that's disenfranchised or doesn't want to hang out with the other kids. Or the child who's angry and getting into trouble all the time and just doesn't care. Risky behavior, whether that's crazy driving. We've had kids drive into trees and it looked like an accident until the medical examiner defined it as a suicide attempt.
Jacqueline, I know you wanted to say something? Just identifying kids in trouble and how to help them.
The big thing is the isolation. It's them not really, going to the room, hiding, and sometimes, or as a parent, you probably want to give them space, and I understand that you probably do, but at the same time, suicide is scary. I know some of the parents that come, they're very afraid of it because it's like I don't know where they're at, and it's hard. It's a darkness that falls on them. And I would say it's the lack of hope, right? The lack of meaning, the lack of friendship, of socializing. And so I think the biggest thing to do, obviously get them connected with a therapist that they can trust, that they feel safe with. You get them the help, but also just listen. And I think what a parent can do for a child is just be real with them. Be real. Because I think everybody here has been sad. Everybody here has been down that dark path where you think, man, what's next in this life? If you can tell your kids that, you know what? I struggle too. You're not alone. I'm with you right now. I understand what you're going through. But if you don't want to talk to me, I'm going to get you to someone, because I believe in this with my daughter. It takes a village. It takes a village to raise a child. I implemented every strategy I could come up with for my daughter. I had anybody near her, I would be like, talk to her. If she opens up, I was 100% fine with it, because I understand she's not going to tell me. She might tell somebody else. So I had people implemented all around her as a safety plan. But and I didn't think it was anything bad that she was going through. It's just that you can't take too many precautions. And Marianne's right. This is one of the system failures that are happening right now can really create a lot of injustices. It can make you feel unseen and unheard, and you lose hope. And that's where I think, suicide starts coming in. We're like, well, no one's listening to me. No one cares. They make me go to school and I feel in fear. I'm in danger. I might die. Today I might die. It's just these thoughts. And I know some people say that's not, that they don't say that. They do. Kids, this is their thought process. It's real. And some people think, no, they didn't know what they were marching for. And they do know. They know what they're fighting for. They're fighting for their lives. And I know that seems like a lot. And some people always say that, that's extreme. Not when you're talking to an 11-year-old. Not when you're a 12-year-old that had friends that died.
You grew up in Uvalde, right? So when you were growing up here and going to school, that was not your world back then. Now kids, they're 5, 6, 7-year-olds. They're thinking about mass shootings on an everyday basis. They're training how to hide. We can talk about the training in place that they had at the school, how that failed, and what that does to children, Like we have a no backpack policy recently. I can imagine what that does to the child's psyche.
Well, in all honesty, I think that might make them feel safe because, some kids are taking guns to school, unfortunately, because they're feeling like they've got to take matters into their own hands. They're not taking it to go kill anybody. They're actually taking it because they're afraid someone's going to show up, and some of those kids are saying, I got to defend myself. And it's sad. That is sad. That children don't feel safe on their own. I honestly, I think teachers have to feel the same way. It's a broken system that we're in. It's a broken system. And we don't have safety measures in place. And I'm not just talking about Uvalde. I see clients all over the state of Texas. I do telehealth. And kids from everywhere talk about, I can see the window in my door. If I can see the window in my door, they can see me. What's wrong? How am I going to save myself? And these are questions, and they're valid questions. And it's like, take the doors off the windows. Make it simple. I don't know why we can't have equal safety in schools. We should have equal safety. There's schools in San Antonio that have keypads on their doors. If our houses have the circle ring that we can turn a lock on from another place, why can't we do that for our schools? And we should have something implemented. And I know that the state gives every school money for them to implement based on their needs, but they just need to make it common. If we can't change rules, then make it a common safety plan that every child will have a door that works and a lock that works, that will have a safety protocol in place.
And this has been a source of contention for the parents to go to the school board meetings every week. I know you're a mental health expert and not a school administrator, but why do you think that a year into this tragedy, there hasn't been any common sense initiatives?
Honestly, for the school, it's just, they got a lot of fires they're putting out. They have a lot of fires and probably not enough leaders. We don't, unfortunately, our school board, they should be stepping up more. And I sit back and I don't say a lot about the school board, but I think that they should be leading. They should be the ones, they're elected officials, and they should represent the children. And if you know that your child's not going to school and you're a school board member, why? Let me ask you why. Why don't you send your kids to school? It's because they don't feel safe. If you're a school board member, they should be holding the superintendent accountable. And I said this a long time ago. I don't even know how many school board members, 7. Each one take a campus. Go, just watch it. See the problems. See what's going on. Solve them. It's not hard. We've got problems. They need to be fixed. And I think that's what we need. We need leaders that are going to be willing to take a risk, but because of our children. Not because it's ego or pride, but because it's what needs to happen. It's hard to come up here and talk right now. And I pulled the card out today, and it's affirmations, right? And it said that. Take a risk. Take a risk. Be you. And it's important because I didn't become an LPC just to be in an office. I'm here because I hear every day children that are scared. I hear parents that are afraid. I see a broken system.
So I just want to ask Dr. Gutierrez, because we spoke about this behind the scenes as well, if you could deliver a plan to a school district, not just the Uvalde school district, you as a professor of counselors, what would be your ideal plan?
For the counselors, you're saying, for the school with counselors? Again, where they would have the crisis plan up to par, up to date. But besides the crisis plan that I talked about earlier, there should be guidance lessons. There should be a lot of group classroom guidance taking place. I also feel that a lot of the times people in Uvalde aren't wanting to go into counseling is because they end up being paper pushers as opposed to truly counseling with students. So there has to be that emphasis from leadership, from administration saying, you are the counselor, you are responsible for taking care of these children. I did work as a part-time counselor in La Pryor, and that superintendent gave me that charge.
Thank you, Doctor. I want to take some time for questions before we finalize our panel. If anybody wants to ask something. Wait 30 minutes, it was going slow. Yes, Manuel.
First of all, thank you for being here and thank you for putting this together. We lost our niece in the shooting, and I think it's important to look at it as how can we prevent this from happening again to another family, right? So when I look at this aftermath, what needs to be done at all different levels, and hearing your testimony here today, I feel that we're not doing enough, and we're not holding those leaders or those in power accountable for this. And when we talk about mental health, when we talk about children's needs, security, school security, and so on, I just don't know, as a parent, you know, where do you all expect to get the money from, and who should we be calling to fund this? Because obviously they're not listening to us, because we wouldn't be here in Uvalde today if it wasn't for these politicians that failed. And we all know that. So who should we direct this to? Anybody?
I honestly don't know. I know I've been with y'all where y'all are at. I feel like I stand beside y'all. I know that y'all went to the state, and unfortunately, I would think it would be the state. What I think the state would have to react and change the gun laws is in some way. And I know that we do have some House representatives that have tried. It's just what it comes down to is the vote. It's who we put into office, and it's not a single day fight. We've got to fight every day, and we've got to come together, and we have to empower. Is the big word that I get, is empower each other to fight together alongside. And unfortunately, they're going to close here soon. And I don't know if anything is going to change. As far as mental health, I know they always talk about mental health issues. And I'll tell you, we all have mental health issues, okay? There's a big stigma against that we're like, oh, only certain people have mental health problems. We all do. The problem with the people that become the gunmen is because they're untreated. They're not getting help. And that's the biggest problem with that. Mental health-wise, that's what I would say. We do need insurance to be approved for them 18-year-olds. There's a bracket of people that don't have insurance for men at certain ages. Women get it because of they have babies, right? So you have a child, you have dependents, but men don't. And so we need that. We need mental health coverage for them. Obviously, red flag laws is important. As a mental health professional, I don't even know if I could even report anything. I don't know anything to report, you know, and they always say that there's a flag or something you can do. I don't know anything you can do. And I don't think doctors know. I think we're all in the gray zone as far as we know it's wrong, mental health, you know, these issues, we see them, and we just don't have a way of notifying anybody. And you know, I always think that every time I see a massacre, I think somebody knew that was going to happen. Somebody knew, but they couldn't report it. They didn't know how to report it. And I think we do need that done. That's got to be at the state level where we can make it reportable. But even then, I sat there in those hearings, and the NRA is completely against any of that. The NRA has become too big, is what it comes down to.
So if you're not getting any movement, we're not getting any movement at the state level for common sense gun reform at any level. That's what we've seen, right? Who should we be asking
Well, it's the federal.
to help with the immediate and long-term response, which is what we call aftermath, right? I mean, because it happened here, it's going to happen somewhere else, and we're going to be talking about this again, is what should the community leaders have done, for the immediate needs and the long-term needs. So
I do believe that the federal government doesn't, unfortunately, the massacres are here. There needs to be some kind of like FEMA that comes in, and they come in and they just take over. They just say, we got it, we'll take over, we're going to have mental health, we got it going. Even with the school district, let's evaluate their safety plan. What happened? Do an investigation immediately. I still don't know why that can't be done by an outside source. If they're funded by the state, they should be able to know what failed. And I think if it can't be the state, it's got to be the federal government. And they need to have some kind of plan where they come in that's just, protocol that they follow. Investigate the school, investigate the systems. How do we change it? Within a week, let us know the failures and let's fix them. And you do that with anything you do in life. When you run an event, you do something, you evaluate yourselves. We've got a massacre. You want to evaluate yourselves. But the problem is we don't know because there's not the transparency of it. And what does that mean? When we don't have transparency, well, we feel unsafe. We feel unheard. We don't know what change has happened. And I think if the federal government came in and they did that, they evaluated, they took over, school could still run business as usual, but we're evaluating you. We're going to do this. We're going to do an investigation, and then we get answers based on
Jacqueline,
that.
it sounds like you should run for office. You have a lot of good
Sorry.
ideas. I don't know if we have time for another question. Do we do? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to continue just a bit while
Yes.
somebody
Yeah,
else
go
comes
ahead,
up. There has to be a lot more that the school district can do at this point. There are grants out there. There are waivers that they can get from the state. There's just still so much. And I just haven't seen any of that happen. And again, I think everybody's still in like survival mode. They had to get through this year. But we're way beyond that. We've got to get these plans, these programs,
Is there a
these
guide,
opportunities.
Doctor? There's like a website or a guide where people can go and...
Yeah, there are several. But I just feel like there's just so much that still needs to happen and can be done.
Dr. Sokol, you wanted to say something?
I was just going to say, I wanted to just give a shout out for the Moms Demand Action group. 2 weeks from now, I know in San Antonio, and I think across the country, they're going to have their Wear Orange event. And they talk about gun safety. Because after Sutherland Springs, I remember being in Eugene, Oregon, listening to some of the teens who were shot and still recovering from that terroristic episode. And they marched on Washington, but nothing happened. So why is that? How do we
Thank you, Dr. Sokol. Let me take a question from this side.
Hi, this is all in the same vein about gun responsibility as I see it. And I, like you, we're gun owners. I've grown up around guns. But it wasn't like this when I was a kid. Our state and many other state administrations have pushed guns, and they've pushed a culture of guns. And they've pushed this individual, my right this and my right that. My father, we never saw it like that. It's your right to own a gun, but it's your responsibility to own it responsibly. And that's not taught now. For goodness sakes, constitutional carry. Anyone basically can legally buy a gun with no training. It's insane. Who would give an 18-year-old any kind of gun with no training? What could possibly go wrong? And I think if maybe people knew what you all know about the breadth and depth of hurt and trauma and ripple effect of these shootings and what happens to families and children, and the money spent and the time and energy spent to try and repair these kids' brains and their hearts, I think people have no idea how far and wide it goes and for how long it goes. And for our politicians, evidently they don't care. It was only how much money it's going to cost them. And maybe if that's it, maybe if you have to say this is costing us billions of dollars because we're reaping what you people have sown.
Thank you for that question.
Just if you could address maybe how to get to these legislators about the breadth of the damage that is done by being irresponsible with guns, and that your Second Amendment right does not trump the right of a parent to send their child to school without being shot. Thank you.
I said something very similar when I spoke at one of the hearings, and I said that our children are going to war, and they deserve an education free of war, because that's what they're being trained to do: hide, duck, and with no equipment, with nothing. Someone that goes to war has a gun. They can fight for themselves. They can run. We just keep them in a room. And honestly, when we were at that hearing, I remember there was a lady that went up and spoke. She was from the NRA. And she said something, and she said, "We feel for the families from Uvalde." And I thought for a second, I was like, okay, she's got feelings. And she probably does, right? She probably does feel. I'm not saying she doesn't. The difference is that she's paid. She's paid to do that. That's her job, to succeed in that. And every day she's got probably in a house in Austin that they're housing her to go every day to speak to those representatives. Every day. These families, they're barely hanging on. They're broken people trying to fight, give their children's voices, and it's hard to comprehend that a representative or a senator is going to actually listen to somebody that's paid versus someone that's fighting for their children's life that's already gone,
Thank you. Let me take a question from this side.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for being here. My question is, as we all know, traumatic adverse events can change a child's adulthood, their outcomes negatively. And we've all talked about these systems in place, these counseling, these resources that are there for the children. However, it's going to take the parents to take them there, right? So these resources are valuable and important. But how are we going to protect the children in the schools? What type of training is going to happen for these educators? Because these children spent 7-8 hours a day not with a parent. They're in class. How are these educators going to be, trained to pick up on those cues when a child is grieving, when a child is scared, when a child has anxiety? Most of our educators, I'm not real sure, I've never looked at the statistics with our educators in Uvalde, but what I've seen is a lot of them are from Uvalde, but we do have educators that are outside of Uvalde. And I'd like to know what system could be in place, what you would suggest for our community to help heal these children and not have these adverse outcomes as adults. Because right now they're children, and they have to have the help from a parent. And if the parent's not there to help them, the educator has to be.
Thank you. Marian, maybe you want to?
Right. There have been many more efforts over the past year than ever before. I know the school has done a lot of training and had Dr. Julie Kaplow from Houston, who runs the Trauma and Grief Center here. Our therapist, we came out and trained I think, over 300 faculty from the district, as well as bus drivers and such. There needs to be more. We want more. I also think that having communities in schools here where you have individuals in the school doing the social emotional support for the children and with the children, they can help identify those children who are struggling and then refer them up. And when I say up, there's a 3-tiered system that we're working with, and primarily on that lowest level for all children, guidance and support and talking about feelings and what do you do when you're scared. The second tier is children who are struggling, and you know that, and pulling them out in groups. And then that top tier is when they need to come to a center, to a therapist like Jacqueline, or to our grief therapists at Children's Bereavement, where we can really look one-on-one and drill down. In terms of those children, we found that there are even ways to look and say, assess the child to see, is this a flashback that they're dealing with? Is it just the re-traumatization of reliving the moment? Is it that just yearning and missing? Or are they just depressed overall? Are they giving up on life? So we're becoming more skilled. And there are some instruments in terms of children's resiliency scales that you can use. But we need more. Every classroom needs help there. There's not even room. We'll be on campus next year, I believe, and we are on campus at Sacred Heart. We try to do grief camps as well, and we'll be working, the beginning of June, we have openings for 25 children in grief camp that will be daily. So just having lots of opportunity and making it normal to seek counseling, to talk about feelings, all those things that we've discussed today. Because what good is academic excellence if you have a child that emotionally and socially is broken?
Thank you,
So,
Dr.
good
Sokol.
question.
Let me
Thank
take
you.
a question from this side. I don't want to forget it.
Hi, good morning. Question for you guys. How has it been healing with the parents in the community still fighting for answers, still fighting for accountability? Has that made the healing much more difficult for this community and for these families? Is it just like an open wound that just, you keep stabbing and stabbing with them, trying to get accountability, trying to get answers, trying to get just something done? Do you think that that's hurting the healing process?
Yes, definitely. It's injustices. It's an injustice. Of course, the massacre is an injustice. It's injustice on top of injustice that creates trauma upon trauma. Now I can no longer trust. Immediately after, I couldn't trust the police. Right? We can build back trust as a therapist. We can help build back trust. But then you have the system of the school system. If they continue to be, they're not transparent with anything. They're not transparent with a safety plan. They rush over anybody's emotions. I think one of the biggest things that school board needs to understand is that they might have just 7 people or 8 parents, but there's a lot out there, and they don't have to speak. You should look at your attendance. You should look at how many kids have dropped out of school, and I think there's a hidden message that they're ignoring. But there's something they think, oh, these 5 or 6 parents, they're going to hush up eventually and they're going to go away. The problem's there. It's breeding. It's coming out. And it is an issue that I find it difficult as a therapist to address because they often come and they want me to help them not be afraid, and to help them with their triggers. And I say, well, there you have in
Just no said
with how I the children they they much more than some else.
The other- Go ahead. The- But the community and talk ask they know and God here that but every is the comes up and and in the get to bring
just about
Thank you.
As we, I and to know and help her, right? This fun this
Almost
The our lead should have sought the
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for attending here. I want to introduce the two panelists here. We have Kimberly Mata Rubio, the mother of Lexi Rubio, and Veronica Mata, the mother of Tess Mata. I want to thank you guys for doing this. I know that it's never easy to talk about some of these things, so I appreciate you guys being here. I wanted to start off, with the fact that the anniversary is coming up, and I wanted to ask you, how has this year been, and how has, since the shooting, your outlook on life has changed? What do you guys prioritize now, day to day, dealing with your family and the political activism that you guys have been involved in?
So I think my first priority is my family more over than my job. I used to spend lots of extra hours working as a teacher in my classroom, and I missed out on a lot. I missed out on trips, I missed out on field day, I missed out on some award ceremonies, and that's something that I'll never get to get back. And so that's something that I prioritize now. I make sure that I leave at irregular hours, and I'm there for my family. I'm there for my daughter, my oldest daughter, and my husband now.
I don't know if I've really found a balance yet. I try to stay really busy because it helps. But I'm also a mom to 4 other children that need me. So it's still an everyday challenge. The year, I don't even know if there's a way to describe that to someone who doesn't understand. It's like living in a nightmare.
I know, Veronica, you and I had talked about this before, your relationship with Faith, your oldest. And Kimberly, you just mentioned you have 4 other children. How has your relationship with the rest of your children changed since May 24th of last year?
It's changed a lot. We've always been a very close family. But I just don't know how to help her. I don't know the words to tell her to make her feel better, because I'm not better. So it's hard trying to tell her that everything's going to be okay when I'm not okay. So we try to figure out things. We're working on it, but it's hard. It's really hard.
We're also a very close-knit family. My children, the bond they have is beautiful. My 18-year-old still plays with my 9-year-old. But I do find that we avoid being in spaces where we're all together. I wrote a column that'll come out in Sunday's edition of the Uvalde Leader News, and I talk about watching movies with them, and we don't watch movies together as a family anymore because that's when it's most obvious that she's not there. We'll all be sitting at the dinner table, and it can be an okay moment where we're laughing, and it just gets silent, and I see everybody's faces change, and I know what all of us are thinking. We really miss Lexi.
I know that you guys are having a hard time with, processing a lot of what's going on, and so I'm wondering how are you guys seeking the help that you guys need as far as therapy? I know that there's a state-funded resiliency center here, and so I'm wondering, is that an option that you guys tried, and if not, why not? And the incurring cost of going to therapy, is that something that you guys are dealing with right now?
I know for us, we probably started seeking physical therapy, or not physical therapy, but therapy Probably around September, I guess. We didn't want anybody from Uvalde. So we were able to get with somebody, and we were with them probably for about 3 months, 4 months, and then they moved. They had to go back to San Antonio. And so since then, we haven't spoken with anybody anymore. It was free here, but we just haven't, with both my husband and I both working, we just haven't had the time to go back.
I'm not ready for therapy. I feel like talking about it just makes it real. And I very much just try to avoid this reality and just stay busy.
So how do you guys get through the moments? I mean, when something like this happens, your loved ones are not prepared, right, to help you learn those coping skills. They're not professionals, right? So I'm wondering, how do you guys get through those rough moments when you're reminded of your children and trying to get through the day?
We stay busy, cleaning a lot more, going to Austin, going to Washington. Those things have taken the place of that. I feel nobody knows what we're going through because they're not in our shoes. So it's hard to talk to other families that don't know. So we just stay busy.
Yeah, I think when you're talking to someone outside the 21 families, they want to fix it for you, but there's no fixing this. And sometimes you just want to be heard. I just want to vent. And it's also very hard to just be vulnerable with people. I find myself just keeping to close friends and my husband when we're discussing Lexi and the hardships we're going through, because they understand.
Yeah.
Veronica, you mentioned the political activism, going to Austin, going to D.C. Kimberly, you've also been very outspoken about wanting to change the gun laws. How has that been for you guys, that experience? I mean, Kimberly, you had that meeting with Senator Ted Cruz that was a bit contentious, and so I'm wondering, how has that, when you guys meet lawmakers, how do they treat you and how do they talk to you? Do you guys feel respected? Do you guys feel listened to?
I know the ones that we met with, they were, very respectful. They listened to our stories. I don't think we got an opportunity to meet with anybody that wasn't willing to listen or wasn't willing to have an open view. Unlike Kim, that she had that situation with Senator Cruz. We were lucky that we didn't have to deal with anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, we meet some politicians that are in our corner and others that are just unwilling to sympathize, open their eyes. It's difficult, but those meetings are also, they're just as important.
Can you tell me how you left that meeting with Senator Ted Cruz? I recently read a story about you, you left mad after that. Are you still mad about that?
Yes, he was just disrespectful. We sat down, and in the middle of introductions, he has a staffer come in and bring him a Dr. Pepper. He just slouched there and pretended to listen to us. He never touched the Dr. Pepper. A couple of minutes in, he interrupts my husband to say that he doesn't believe that guns are the problem and that he just wants to discuss mental health. And then he cuts the meeting short. As I left, I just told him that I was going to make sure he wasn't reelected.
This past election, you guys threw a lot of your support behind Beto O'Rourke. It didn't go as you guys wanted, and even in Uvalde County, it went for Governor Abbott. I was there with you guys on election night, and Veronica, I remember you telling me it felt like a slap in the face that it was your own neighbors, your own community who was still supporting Governor Abbott. Have you guys grown disillusioned with the political system, or how do you guys continue to have hope?
I mean, we have to continue to have hope. How can we not? It's not made up of just one political party. It's made up of two. And we have to come out and we have to speak to make people understand that we're not always going to all agree on the same topics. We're not always going to agree on, banning guns. But there has to be a fine line somewhere where we can meet in between and make those changes that are right for everyone, not just for one person.
Yeah, I had conversations with Uvaldians who were struggling with that decision. They don't normally vote Democrat, but they understood there was a problem with Abbott. And the best way I put it was, you're never going to agree with everything a politician stands for. But Bethel was on the side of children, of saving lives. How is that not your number one priority? I held out hope, but I also recognized the state that I live in. And I understood that it was going to be an uphill battle. But Uvalde specifically voting for Abbott after everything, being able to firsthand witness what we went through, it's disgusting.
What's sort of feedback that you guys gotten from the community? I mean, I know that me being here, the few times that I've been here, I think there's a perception that Uvalde is united, but every time I come here, there seems to be some division among the community about how to go about, solving a gun issue or what needs to be done to prevent another mass shooting. Can you describe to us sort of the feedback that you guys get, the good and the bad?
I think it's more than just political when you talk about division. I think there's just a part of the community that's just ready to move on. Like, this whole situation was inconvenient for them, and they're ready to put it behind them and move on so that Uvalde isn't just remembered for this tragedy. But that's not what we want. We don't want Uvalde to just be remembered for this tragedy. We just want to honor our children and those two teachers. They should always be remembered. They always have a place. This is their community. I read an article recently where the mayor discusses the downtown plaza, the crosses that are up right now, and how it's been a year and enough time has passed, and that plaza belongs to the community. So he needs to discuss with us about removing them. You do this interview prior to even speaking to the families.
Our children were just as much as part of this community as every other child that lives in this community right now.
Can you tell me how you feel about that, about how the mayor wants to, I presume, wants to remove the crosses from the plaza?
I can't speak to his personal opinion. I guess he's trying to state what he's heard from others. I don't understand it, though, because we've been in talks with discussion about a permanent memorial there.
And it's just not the plaza. We've heard certain people not wanting to purchase buildings because murals are on there. They want the murals removed. How can you say that you are united in a community when you're trying to tear down our baby's pictures? I don't understand that. I don't understand how you can say you're backing our families up when behind our backs you're trying to tear them down. I don't understand that.
And if it's a personal opinion with parents, I don't think that should have an effect on children, their children. They should be honored, they should be remembered.
You mentioned it's not the division or the disagreements aren't always political. I'm wondering, how do you reconcile wanting to honor your children publicly when there are parents who had surviving children and feel triggered by some of the murals or some of the things that are being put up for the children. Some of those parents are worried for their children and how they'll react when they see those things. How do you reconcile those two things, wanting to keep your children's memory alive while also respecting the children who may feel triggered by it?
I think I can only speak for my daughter, who's no longer here, and I want her memory honored. I want to see her face on a mural.
I mean, we never wanted this. We never wanted our children to be gone. We never wanted those children to have to sit there and live with that day. But they get to see their children grow up, and they get to see their children move on and go to college and get married and have children. All we get is our mural. And it's not right.
Veronica, something, when you and I first met, something that you told me really got to me, which was, this isn't just affecting the parents, but the siblings of the victims, right? And Faith, your oldest, had told you, I'm paraphrasing here, but I remember her telling you something like, you still have a daughter, which is Faith, right? But she'll never have her sister again, or she'll never have her bridesmaid again. So are there other examples of that sort of conflict that you guys have been going through with your family? You as a parent trying to also help your other children who lost their sibling. How do you guys try to empathize with them?
So Faith, we just try different. We have to try different things. Faith didn't want to go back to school. This would have been her last year, her senior year at Texas State. We both had planned not to go back to work for a while. I wasn't ready. My husband wasn't ready. But in conversations with my husband, I tell him, if we don't go back, she's not going to go back. We have to show her that we can try to live our days, day to day, so that way she can go back. And so we made the decision to go back, and Faith came to us and she told us, she's like, I feel better knowing that you guys are going back, that I can go back. And that was the only way I could get her to go back to school. So we make those sacrifices to get your child where she needs to be. And she did it. She graduated. It was the toughest year of her life. I don't know how she did this year. I don't know how she did it. She did, and I know that her sister's proud of her for finishing her senior year and graduating, and she graduated on Friday. So, we make those sacrifices for our children, and I would have made that sacrifice for Tess if I had the opportunity, and I didn't. I would think any mother would try to make those sacrifices for them.
Kimberly, is there any sort of sacrifices you've been making for your 4 children now? You have to take care of yourself, but you also have to find the will and power to take care of your other 4 children. How do you manage that?
I think Lexi would want me. Lexi would want her siblings to be happy. She would want them to have the mom she had. I don't know if I can quite deliver that anymore, but I really, really try. There are sacrifices. I'm gone a lot. I know my kids have missed out on a lot this year. I know that their lives have changed and that they need me. And I try my best to balance being there for them and making sure that Lexi is remembered. It makes me feel better that they understand that. They never hold it against me. My oldest, Callissa's like, Mom, I always see Lexi, and I know that's because you're out there speaking. It makes me feel better, but I recognize the time I'm away from them.
One of the things I've noticed is that you guys have created friendships among some of the parents. And can you elaborate on that a little? I mean, I don't know, were you guys friends before? I know, Veronica, you're really close with the Cáceres. What sort of, I think it was you had told me that at one point that, you wish you guys would have bonded before May 24th, but obviously it happened this way. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me sort of the support and the bond you've gotten from the other families?
Yeah, so I had never met Kim or Felix before. Tess and Lexi played on the same softball team. But we would see them there, but it was just, just a regular hi, bye, as we're passing through. And the Cáceres, we had known them since Tess was in pre-K. Tess and Jackie were in the same classroom, and it was right across the hall from me. So I saw them every morning as they, got to school, and I took Tess to her classroom. Jackie would even buy, like on Teacher Appreciation or Mother's Day or whatever, when she would go and take gifts to her teacher, she would bring me one too. And she's like, we've got to give Tess's mom one too. Mom, she's a teacher too. So that's how we made that connection there. But with Kim and Felix, it was a different kind of connection that we didn't even realize that we had made that day of May 24th, that we didn't find out probably till maybe February, yeah. I want to say. So Kim had thought that she was in the restroom and she had been talking to Gloria at the Civic Center. And I had heard her tell the story over and over again. She's like, I know it was you, Gloria, I know it was you. But Gloria was never at the Civic Center. She never made it to the Civic Center. And finally, I think when things kind of calmed down and Kim was telling the story again, and then she told the story of what I had told her. And then I turned and I looked at her and I was like, Kim, that was me. I was like, I was the one in the restroom. And I remember telling her, our babies are going to be okay. Our babies are going to be fine. And that's how we kind of made that connection. We started our friendship. And then Washington and then Austin, the Austin trips. But these two ladies have been amazing. There's days that I don't know if I could get through them without them. I know that it's like they sense when I'm having a bad day. Kim will just send me a text, I love you, are you doing okay? Gloria, the same. It's like they know when I'm having a hard day. If something comes out, we know right away that we're all going to see it, and it's weird, but like all the same text messages come out at the same time. Love you, thinking of you. I'm here if you need anything.
And how has that experience helped you, Kim, bonding with Veronica or any other parents that then went through the same situation?
It's a lifeline. It's a judgment-free zone. I tell them things I wouldn't tell anyone else. When we're together, it's a little bit of relief. Talking about the girls as if they're in the other room. I feel like I know Tess and Jackie. I don't know if I could get through this without them.
that makes me wonder, Texas has been the site of other mass shootings. And I don't know if you guys have heard from other family members in other cities who've experienced this, or if you guys have reached out to other families that recently experienced this. Have you guys found a support system that way as well, or when you guys see what happened with the most recent mass shooting, do you guys think about reaching out, or do you guys empathize with those families?
My heart sunk when I hear about additional mass shootings. I know exactly what those parents are going through. I know what it feels like for someone to look at you and tell you that your child is a victim. I know what it's like to plan the funeral. I know that a year later it won't be any better, and that none of it will be any better. There's a lot of guilt too.
Yeah.
That
We didn't do enough.
Yeah, nothing we've done has changed anything, and that's why their children are dead.
Veronica, how do you process that when you see the news of other mass shootings?
I mean, it just brings it all back again to that day. I try not to watch the news. We try not to listen because it just brings back all those memories again. And it's a horrible feeling knowing that somebody else is having to go through the same thing that we're going through.
This shooting, obviously affected the whole community, and I feel like it's traumatized a generation of children in Uvalde, right? I'm wondering, is this something you guys think about, how this shooting may manifest in this generation of children? How, if they don't get the help that they need, if they don't go treated with their mental health issues, how it might manifest 5, 10, 15 years from now?
I guess we don't think about it as often because we don't have our children. Our children didn't survive.
Kimberly, you said earlier that you weren't ready to start seeing a therapist. Do you think that's something you want to do eventually?
No. I don't need somebody to tell me what's wrong with me. I know I'm broken. There's no way to fix it.
You guys have been very outspoken. You guys have, Veronica, you trusted me a lot when we did that story on you. But I'm wondering the role of journalists coming into town. How did you guys initially react when you guys saw dozens, hundreds of journalists coming into town, and how have your perspectives changed a year later?
I remember people coming to my door that day or the next day. I remember they were knocking on our doors, and I remember Jerry had gone outside to throw out the trash, and they had just had the press conference at the high school. And there was a journalist walking down our alley asking him if we lived there, and Jerry told him no. At the beginning, it was, We didn't speak with anybody. We didn't want to talk with anybody. We had a relative that was helping kind of weed everything out, answering the doors for us. And she spoke with one reporter, and out of all of the ones that had come to the house, we had stacks and stacks of cards of people that had come by. And this one, for some reason, she said, you know, I think this one is a good one. Whenever you guys are ready to talk, this one is the right one for you. So we called them and we talked to them. For the most part, most reporters and journalists were okay. They were nice. They were, you know, they weren't rude. But you did have some that were just here for the story. They weren't here to make sure that our children were being remembered or make sure that they were just here just to get what they needed, and they were going to leave.
I'm American. I've watched mass shootings unfold. I knew what was coming. It didn't surprise me. I think I honestly just embraced it. I had a message to get out, and the media was the way to make sure the world heard it. Now, I've become close with a lot of the media that's in town, and I know that years from now they won't be covering our story, but maybe they'll see a sunflower and they'll think of Lexi. That's all I need.
Kimberly, you're a journalist, and so I'm wondering, was it easier for you to talk to journalists? I mean, like you said, you knew what was coming. So I'm wondering if you, working in the field or being in the same, being a journalist yourself, if that sort of made it easier, or you knew how to talk to journalists, or you knew what they wanted. Was that easier for you in that sense?
I think so. Could anticipate questions, could read who I felt was going to be respectful and tell my story the right way. I think it helped.
It's helped us. You know, we go to Kim a lot. You know, Kim, we would call her and ask her, hey, Kim, you know, these people are wanting to talk. These are the questions that they're wanting to ask. You know, is this something that we should do? And then she doesn't tell us yes or no, but she just kind of tells us, you know, the pros and the cons of it. And then we make the decision from there. So.
What's your guys' overall thoughts on how journalists have been covering Uvalde and the shooting and your families? Have you guys seen that it's been done accurately? Has it been done fair?
I think like anything, there's good and there's bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're approaching the 1-year mark. The attention will go away, the media will go away. We still have our local paper, and that's who we'll rely on to make sure that everyone's held accountable, to make sure that in the years to come there's transparency so this doesn't happen again.
You mentioned about accountability. I wanted to know, you know, there's still a pending decision on charges. I wanted to ask you guys, do you want charges to be filed and against who?
Yes, I want charges filed. I don't know if I can speak to who without having the investigation in front of me. I'm hoping that our district attorney makes the right decision. I mean, I say that we can't call out everybody without the investigation, and for the most part that's true, but because of the media, what we've seen timestamps of first few officers that arrive. We've heard their interviews. guess just waiting to see what the district attorney does, what the different agencies do as far as firing.
Veronica, what are your thoughts on that, on charges being filed?
I agree. If there was a slight chance that any of those babies could have survived, then they weren't doing their jobs. They stood out there for 77 minutes and did nothing.
And to be clear, they took more than just that. To just say my child's dead immediately. Had they intervened right away, I would know that. Because there's the 77 minutes. What you've taken from me is closure and answers. I'll never know. I don't know how long my daughter was terrified. I don't know those answers, and I'll never have them. And that's what they've taken from me.
The anniversary is coming up. I know some families are leaving town. I wanted to know what you guys plan on doing for the anniversary.
Thought about leaving. But our problems would just follow us. We decided to do what we always do, and that's stick together. We planned a visual led by the Casadases. They're really great at organizing.
Yeah, they're good organizers.
So we're going to have a candlelight visual on May 24th. Invited everyone to attend. We want everyone to remember our children, and if they can't, we're asking them to light a candle where they're at.
Veronica, you mentioned, you're a teacher, and we talked a little bit about some of the triggers that you guys may get reminded of the shooting. I'm wondering, how do you, and during the holidays, I think you mentioned too that you guys wanted to stay away from family just because you were seeing children running around. Is that something that still bothers you, seeing children? Do you get reminded of Tess every time you see children running around, and what other triggers may sort of affect you?
And it's not so much just children. I think it's just more our immediate family, especially during the holidays, because we were such a close family, and we still are. It's just, I have to learn how to live a new life without Tess. And I have to learn how to live with going to birthday parties, going to Christmases, and seeing her cousins playing, knowing that she was there playing with them too. So I have to learn how to live with that, and I just don't know how yet. I don't know how to do that yet. And it's hard because I don't want to offend any of my family. We love them. I love them to death. But I just don't know how to do those things yet.
Kimberly, I recently read that when you go out for your 3-mile run, you go out to the mural of Lexi. Can you tell me, one, why do you go out to run to the mural, and what do you think about when you see the mural?
So I haven't changed my running route. That's where I've always ran. But that's also why I wanted her mural there. I knew it would be on my route. I know it's in front of where I park to go into work. I know it's a beautiful, well-kept building. The mural it's a little bit of light in all the darkness. I love seeing her smile, how happy she looks. Bright colors, vivid. I just run past and I say, "Hi, baby." I sit a while. Sometimes it's a good day and I'm just taking photos and talking with her. Some days it's a bad day and I just put my head in my shirt and sob.
You know, for some families, the shooting caused a lot of financial issues, right? That some of them are depending on savings. And Veronica, I believe you told me at one point that some people have criticized the donation process, right? Or the type of money that you guys got from this. Can you both elaborate a little bit about, you know, sort of the financial issues that have come up since the shooting? I mean, I know you're working, Veronica, but it felt like you were forced to go back to work. And Kimberly, I believe you left your job as a journalist. So how are you guys surviving financially? Are you guys okay? How has the shooting affected you guys financially?
I mean, in the first few weeks, months, we're obviously not working. We had to move. Almost right after, there's the fact that we don't have insurance anymore because my husband isn't working. The donations helped. But the criticism hurts, makes you feel worse than you already do, because you do feel guilty. Nobody wants money, we want our children.
For us, it was a little bit different. I was still getting paid. We get paid through the summer, so that money's not ours. It's not mine. I don't want it. If I could have Tess back, I could take it. And for people to sit there and say, you know, the things that they've said, it's disgusting. To be arguing about money.
Kimberly, you brought a detail about you guys moving. I recently read the reason why you moved, but do you want to tell the audience why you moved?
Yeah, so the home we lived in wasn't ours. We rented it. 4 bedrooms, 5 children. My middle child, she's 11 months older than Lexi. They shared a room. They've always shared a room. She had problems going back, so she started staying with my older son, but that arrangement, we knew it wouldn't last. So we started looking around. We found a foreclosure property that was near all of the schools. And I looked at my husband and I was like, this is it. If it ever happens again, I can just run home. We're right by Flotus. We're right by junior high, by high school. They can run home.
Can you tell me about why you brought a lot of Lexi stuff from their previous home to your new home? What do you plan on doing with that stuff?
Yeah. Right now, all the rooms are occupied, but one day it'll just be me and my husband and all of Lexi's belongings. So we want to have a room for her. She always wanted her own room. So just a place, her bed, all of her photos, her jerseys. Just a place to, just the 3 of us.
Veronica, Tess had a cat, and Evan, the photographer for the Tribune, took a really nice picture of the cat on Tess's bed. Can you tell me about some of, can you share a little bit about Tess and her relationship with the cat?
Yeah, her cat's name is Oliver. She had just gotten him probably 4th of July weekend of the year before. And that cat was everything to her. She loved him. She always wanted animals. Like, we love animals, but I've never liked having animals inside the house. And my husband finally caved and said that she could get a cat. And so we got the cat for her, and she took care of him so good. She made sure that his litter was always clean, his food, he had food, his water was there for him. She would get mad when we'd have to go out of town or something because she wanted to take Oliver with her, and there was times that we couldn't. But yeah, Oliver was pretty special to her. With a lot of the gifts that we received like little necklaces, and there was one that we received that had a picture of Tess on there. So my husband put the necklace on Oliver. So when he's running around the house, you see his little necklace of Tess on him. And he's there. So eventually I think Faith will end up taking him once she moves, because she's become real attached to him when she's home. So but I have a big feeling she's going to have to fight her dad for that one.
I noticed that some families have been using pets as sort of to find support, or even your children. Is there other methods that you guys are using to find? Do you guys have brought up, or have with your children, or your children doing something else that they weren't doing before?
Leaning on each other. We do a lot of family activities. Like to go those talk leaves.
So quiet. Girls.
To Austin. or is the social.
I think Texas this will save government get a lot. We're regrouping. I'm going to and both what it was our voice.
Veronica, prioritize before has other people run are proposing influence you.
More.
Sitting at home. And that different. We there have to get
Mentioned Mexican pessimism through
Now, and start
what
nothing else. There
it was I for that figure is have Yes.
Question.
Story. Demand level of this Jack different for
You said how did we she did
over if the
love us? I am his help that struggle metal detectors, bulletproof backpacks. And our government is the one that is in charge of making these things easy for, I don't even know how to say it, like they're just,
Those were all reactive responses.
there's no place for guns in schools, period.
Kimberly, do you want to add to that? Question over here.
Thank you for sharing these powerful stories. Could you tell us about what kind of support or advice or perspective you've received from other families of victims of mass shootings or even survivors of mass shootings? Because sadly, from Newtown to Parkland to Santa Fe High School here in Texas, there is, as you say, a large number, millions really, of Americans who've been touched directly by gun violence.
Yes, we've received a lot of support from them. They've kind of taken us under their wing and helped us navigate this new space, shared their wisdom. But it's always difficult being with mothers who've lost their children because it's just a look into the future, and it could be a decade, and they're still so broken. And it's the realization of knowing that this never gets better until I'm with Lexi.
Like Kim said, we have had a lot of support. We've had text messages from them when there's other shootings that have occurred. They call, they text just to check in on us. They just want to let us know that they're there. We've had several conversations with them of things that can better support us and things that we need to make sure that we follow. But they're there. They've been there for us since day one, really.
With the 1 year mark approaching, what is your main message to the entire country, one? And then two, how do you want the 24th to be remembered, not just at the 1 year mark, but going forward, or do you want it remembered?
I really like that you use the 1 year mark, because using the anniversary is something that we usually celebrate. And this is something that we are not celebrating. So thank you for using the 1 year mark.
I think I want moms and dads to hug their kids for us, to just really take it all in, because you never know when it's taken away. I want people to join us in this fight, because it's their fight. On May 24th, I want people to remember all the children and the 2 teachers. Go play softball for Tess. Wear something yellow for Lexi. That's all I can ask for.
Go ahead.
So after all the media and reports, I Googled Uvalde and I found millions of articles on the internet. After all of this, how will accountability be obtained then, if that is the route to healing? How will accountability be obtained?
I think it's up to us as a community. We have to stick together in this. We're going to be at the forefront demanding accountability, transparency, change. We need our community to back us. I know that we talk about the media leaving, but we still have here our local newspaper to tell these stories. That's important. Again, just community support.
Community.
I just want y'all to know that the whole world sends you their love and care and support.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not, I do have one. On that topic of accountability, can you guys describe the relationship that you guys have with the district attorney's office or with the district attorney? Do you guys feel that she's been transparent in this process? Has she kept you up to date on the progress on the investigation and the pending decision on charging anyone?
I think she has a difficult job in that there are no updates.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to take that out on her.
When she does get information,
Yeah, she does update us.
She does update us.
It's hard to trust anyone, but I really have no choice in this situation, and I'm hopeful that she does what's right, and these people will face charges.
Great. If there are no additional questions, I really thank you guys for doing this again. I'm sure it doesn't get any easier, but you know, I hope that you guys get what you guys need mentally and emotionally. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Let everyone get gathered up. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Arelis Hernandez. I'm a reporter with the Washington Post, based here in Texas, and I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming our panel here, and we're going to talk about community healing and interpret that, hopefully, throughout our conversation. I'm going to allow each panelist to introduce themselves, but again, thank you so much for being here. Father.
Thank you. My name is Mike Marsh. I'm the priest at St. Philip's Episcopal Church here in Uvalde, and I've been here about 18 years.
Areli, my name is Dr. Heidi Escamilla, and I am a native to Uvalde.
I'm Sister Dolores Aviles, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm also born and raised from here in Uvalde. I work at St. Henry de Sceaux. I am a member of the Society of St. Teresa of Jesus, also known as the Teresian Sisters.
Thank you all. Thank you for being here. I've been contemplating this idea of healing, and for me, it all might be my 9th or 10th mass killing as a reporter, as a journalist, and many crimes in between that people suffering. And healing feels like an abstraction, like something that it whether it's a process, whether it just feels unreal, especially after something like this. Father, I hope you'll forgive me, but I read your blog. And one of the things that struck me was you, in sort of your personal reflections, you talked about, dear God, have you broken me or broken open something in me? I want to pose a question. Has something broken in Uvalde, or has Uvalde been broken open, excuse me?
You know, I think it's, in some ways it's both. You know, on my better days, I feel like something's been broken open in me, that something's enlarging, that there's new life emerging. On the harder days, it feels like I'm just broken and not clear about what's next or how to move on. So I think, at least for me personally, and my guess is just in general with grief in the community, that we move back and forth between those two, but that neither one is ever the final reality. That both play off of each other and somehow something new comes out of that.
So how do you guide a community, parishioners, people in your own neighborhood to that point of whatever healing looks like? And we'll have each of you define healing at one point when you're feeling that way inside.
Well, I think that's part of how I guide them, right? I don't have the answers. And even if I did, they wouldn't want my answers because they've got to find their answers in their way. And so we walk together as companions. Sometimes in seminary, they would talk about the wounded healer, that we all have our wounds and that our best healing happens with and for others out of those wounds. You know, not from a place of perfection and wholeness, but from a place of a shared humanity.
Adi, I want to talk to you about a different face of the prism, if we will, about healing. And forgive me, as a journalist, I have a rare opportunity to share a little bit about myself in these types of settings. And one thing, besides thinking of healing as an extraction, is wondering about things like accountability. And back in November, you were testifying at the county commission meeting, and you talked about someone in your community who you thought could not be a leader anymore in this because of their actions on May 24th, or their inactions on May 24th. And I'm curious about how you, again, guide members of your community through something called healing when justice and accountability seems not to have descended upon this community yet.
Areli, I think people are complex, and so is healing. And we're also different, and therefore our healing is going to be different. And no one is going to be immune to pain or hurt, whether that be mental, emotional, or physical pain. And healing, for those who were impacted by the loss of the tragedy on May 24th, you know, I honestly think, by my estimation, that kind of healing is going to take generations to come. I do want to add that what healing looks like, I don't have an answer for that. But I do know that we will move forward and we'll never be the same.
Sister Dolores, you work a lot with children survivors of this particular tragedy, and I wonder, tell us a little bit about what you've done with these children, and also what they tell you about healing and what that looks like.
Okay. One of the first things we did at St. Henry was the I Can camp, and that came about because within my own tears, my hurt, talking to parents, seeing the children, I felt, a message, God telling me, Dolores, do something. Bring a smile back to them. Bring a smile. And I said, how can I bring a smile? I said, well, gather them and play. And that's where the camp came out. It was a beautiful experience that we had sisters from all over the United States. I had volunteers from Uvalde. I had the children coming in. I had the parents supporting us there. And it was beautiful because not only did we have religion activities, we had games, we had art, and we played. We sang. And during the time I've been also working with Wanda Montemayor from Austin, and she and I have this same thinking of healing takes place through play and art. And she does a lot of art therapy. And she's been working with the children. I've been working with the children. So it's been beautiful. As far as what the children have said, they love that. They said, sister, you told us to have fun, and that's what we're having. We're having fun. And one of the students that was shot, he said, I hate guns. I hate guns. And that's why I am so convinced that we also have to work with this gun control and ban the assault rifles.
Perfect segue to what the questions the next series of questions that I'm hoping to ask you all, and this is sort of open. Accountability is what we're talking about. Maybe, gun reform or gun safety measures, school safety measures might bring some measure of accountability, but can you have healing without justice? I'm posing it to you all.
No. And I think we have to think about justice in several ways. On the one hand, there's kind of the typical way we think about justice in terms of the legal system and accountability, punishments. But there's also another sense of justice that wherever there's violence or injustice, needs are created. And so justice means seeing and responding to those needs. And if we don't do that, then we get stuck in our healing. It can't happen. So I think justice is essential to the healing process. It's not the only thing, but it's got to be a part of it.
So go ahead, please.
I also agree with Father Mike, and he said earlier, we're wounded healers. All of us, I think, once we get in touch with our own wounds, then we can be those people that can reach out and heal. And when we become wounded healers, then we become people of change. We become that energy that goes out and goes and says, okay, what needs to be changed here? Where is justice here? And there's where we work towards having a better community, working together and supporting each other through policies and doing whatever we need to do. We need to be that voice. We can only be a voice for others if we have been also in touch with our own wounds and become those wounded healers that Nawan always talks about, and for others. We become, the face of God. We become. When people see us, then they can say, I am in the presence of God. I feel the love of God. And when they can sense the presence of God, the love of God in our midst, healing takes place.
Adi, I wanted to ask you the same question, but sort of in line of the elections from last November, which were devastating to certain segments of this community. But as a journalist, as someone who's an observer, to me, it felt as though that this is a community that very quickly wanted to rebound back to a status quo. And can you tell me a little bit about what those elections sort of signaled to you about your community?
The elections of November. And are you referring to the state elections, or are you referring to the local
and
state elections? Okay, I'm going to start with the local elections. Okay, so with the local elections that took place in November, we had the acting chief of police elected into political office again. We would learn a week later his portrayal of lack of leadership that was demonstrated on the day of the massacre. I called for him to step down in large part because I believe that would help in the healing, which, as we know, is a process for those that were impacted by the massacre. As far as the state elections are concerned, I know that we pay lip service to how beautiful and how wonderful and how great our children are and how important they are for our future. Yet our actions say something entirely differently. Here, Uvalde County, Abbott was able to win Uvalde County. His actions has demonstrated, at least to me, that kids are not a priority to him. And it seemed very clear to me also, unfortunately, that Uvalde County, although we might say that we stand for and by our children, I don't believe that we do. I think, again, it's just lip service. Something we say because it sounds beautiful to say, but then we act very differently.
I want to talk about change, which is something, Sister, you brought up, and the ways in which, being a wounded healer, we can bring about change. What changes have you seen, both positive or otherwise, in your community in the year since?
One of the things that I've seen is the community coming together. Different organizations have come in, also to Uvalde, but to also to help. And I see us, even through the Ministerial Alliance, through the community at large, through the law enforcement also that's trying to come in and get involved. I see the leadership here in Uvalde coming together. So it's a beautiful experience to be able to say, different organizations are trying to support and empower each other. Why? Because we do have healing in mind, and what can we do is to be able to work towards that transparency that others have mentioned before, but to be able to do it together for a better community.
Pose the same question to the rest of you.
Well, I certainly felt at the very beginning just the love that was felt here in Uvalde. We had people, I'm sure, from all over the world sending their condolences, sending their love. I know they made monetary donations to the families. I was also so impressed and touched by people, organizations coming into town and feeding the entire community. I think of my mother's passing in January. On a small scale, this looks like somebody bringing food to our home as an act of love. And I saw that on a community-size scale, and it was just so beautiful. And that continued well after the month of May here in town. And so I thought that was wonderful to see.
Yeah, I would agree with both what they've both said, and I think that coming together has been just a huge outpouring of generosity, of love, of presence. We've certainly experienced it at St. Philip's with cards, donations, letters, organizations, people offering to help. But I guess I think about it at two levels. At one level, there's the immediate needs that were created by the event itself, right? So mental health care, financial assistance, the need to build a new school, the recognition that we need to build a community center and probably will. So those were all right and necessary things to do. But my fear is that we'll do the right things and nothing will change, because there's a whole set of other needs, I think, that existed before the shooting, and that the shooting itself helped reveal and intensify that in a new way. That we can provide finances, mental health care, a new school, but we also need to look at racism, violence in general, gun violence particularly, bullying, support for families, poverty, just all the systemic issues out of which these kind of events arise.
I'm reminded of something else you wrote. You said we are more than what happened to us, meaning we in Uvalde are more than. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Sure. Before the shooting, when I traveled out of state or even in state, and somebody would say, "Where are you from?" I said, "Uvalde." They said, "Where's that?" Now when they ask and I tell them, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry," or they just get quiet and don't know what to say, right? And I think the risk for us is from people from outside have identified us by what happened, right? Because they don't know anything else about us. That's just the place where the shooting occurred. And I think the risk is that we begin to see and identify ourselves in the same way, right? And that we have to be able to make the distinction that this happened to us, but it is not us, right? And we have to do that as communities. We have to do that as individuals in our own lives, right? That when something tragic happens to me as an individual, I can say, that's happened in my life, but it cannot identify and define me. I'm bigger than that. My life is larger than that. Because if we identify with our wounds, we just get stuck and just circle down.
I posed this question to Heidi and Sister about, as Father Mike mentioned, these other systems or ills that exist within a community that haven't been dealt with, unfortunately get sort of, or fortunately, revealed in moments like this of reckoning, if you will. But that also means confronting really hard things, and that could be really uncomfortable to have happen at a community level. And I'm curious about how you heal some of the divisions that have erupted in this community. What if you could, if you see those, if you could define those for the audience, and then, in what ways do you think is the path forward? Either one.
I want to tie this into something that I certainly experience and have seen others experience as well, that after May 24th, the way our local governing bodies and how they ran and how they conducted their meetings were revealed. I will say that I had been to probably 2 commissioners' court meetings prior to May 24th. I had been to a couple of city council meetings prior to May 24th and no school meetings prior to May 24th. And after May 24th, I would say that changed for a lot of us here in the community. We were now watching on live stream, or we were now at the actual meetings themselves in a way perhaps we hadn't. And for the first time as community members, or as a community member, I'm looking at the governing bodies and thinking, I think this is why we're in the mess we're in. Look who's running the show and making the decisions. And I'd like to speak specifically about our school board, and just shock at the lack of empathy that was displayed by the members of that board, and how that hasn't changed in a year's time. One of the positive things that I believe that has come out of this now is, now we know. We're on to you now. not only the school board, but the city council and commissioners court were watching in a way we never have had before. And we're going to make sure that whatever steps need to be taken are taken. And I think they are working hard at trying to move in that direction, and it would not have happened had it not been for May 24th.
Anything you wanted to add, sister?
After that, what can I say? No, I think a lot has been revealed, it's true. And a lot needs to take place. And this journey is going to be a step by step. But I think if we begin with our children and we gather together, and we gather them together to share and for them to recognize the beauty that lies within themselves. The beauty doesn't come out from there, but their uniqueness, because they're created in the image and likeness of God. If they can believe that, then we have given them the wings to fly. We have empowered them to be and become. No matter the skin color, no matter the power that you have, no matter the economic status that you come from, it doesn't matter, because you believe in yourself. So we don't believe, we can begin as adults to change our mindsets. But if we start with the little ones, and I believe as an educator, that's where we begin, and give them that love of God, love of family, love of neighbor, love of country, love, and empower them, we have changed the world. And we begin with one person at a time.
Thank you for that. If you haven't figured it out, Father Mike, I'm a fan of your writing, so I'm going to quote something else back to you. You ready? And hope is never more real than when it is sought, expressed, and embodied in darkness. I'm going to ask you again, what did you mean by that? Because it seems as though your personal sort of, I was about to speak Spanish, I'm sorry, I live in a bilingual world in my head. What you're struggling, your internal struggle with everything that's happened is sort of the ways in which you've pushed out, again, the wounded healing to your community and to your congregation. So what did you mean like that? Hope is never more real than when it is sought, expressed, and embodied in darkness.
There's a way we think about darkness as we're not able to see. But the reality is, darkness reveals stuff to us, right? There's one of the old saints, I don't remember his name, called it the luminous darkness, right? So the darkness can illuminate things. And I think that hope really isn't real until it comes out of that darkness. Otherwise, hope is just wishful thinking or fantasy, or, it's hoping things go my way. But in the midst of darkness, when you can't see the way forward, when it feels like everything hurts, when everything has fallen apart, hope is real when you get out of bed that morning. Hope is real when you take the first step and you didn't think you could. Hope is real when you walk out of the house and you didn't want to. That the darkness makes hope more real. That you could say it this way, hope is never more real when you're hoping against hope, right? When it feels like you got no hope, but you still hope.
Thank you for that, Father. For the rest of our panel, I'm curious if you could tell us your personal, the way in which you've personally tried to deal with both the internal tragedy, right, of this, but also what's happening at a community level. If you could tell us how you've managed all of it.
Through tears, and also talking and people being there, listening. I think it's so important to be able to listen to each other and to be attentive to each other. I've had that in my own life. And I think there's where change happens, healing happens, when you know that you have been listened to, not judged, but truly listened, respected. You can cry, you can be angry, and you're okay in the presence of that person, you know, and you feel loved. Once that happens, then it's almost like that broken vessel that you are starts all of a sudden coming together. It starts becoming whole again. We're restored. And healing happens like that individually, but it also happens as a community together. So as we gather together in groups to share, to listen, to express our anger, our disappointments, our joys, our dreams, and we're listened to, then you are in the midst of a community that knows how to love. And through love, we are healed.
I'd like to, please, if I could, echo the sentiment of tears and being able to be there for someone else who needs a listening ear that will listen without judgment. I have friends also that I'm able to do that with, that I appreciate. And I think human connection is so important and necessary, especially at a time like this, that we need to be able to sit and listen to others without judgment and with that human connection.
For the benefit of the audience, I'm sort of flipping between macro and micro. I know that the focus of the panel was supposed to be more macro, but in light of the comments shared, I'm curious, do you think Uvalde has been listened to?
It's in the process. I don't really think it has been listened to. Not yet, anyway. I think people in administration, they're trying to listen, but sometimes sometimes I think, have they gotten in touch with their own woundedness? Because if they don't get in touch with their own woundedness, how can they help change? Change doesn't happen unless you believe it within yourself first. Once you change inside, then you can be that catalyst for change for others. But is it happening? Has Uvalde been listened to? I don't think so. I think it's a process that has to happen.
And I can't help but agree with Sister Dolores. I don't believe that Uvalde has been listened to. We have people in Austin. We heard that earlier today. They've been there. They're going there. They're going to Washington. They're being heard, but I don't know that they're really listening.
I was just going to flip it and say our cries have been listened to, but our needs and hopes haven't been heard. That if they have been heard, then either something would have been done or they just don't care. Or they're too deep, as Sister said, in their own wounds to be able to do anything.
I want to come back to this idea of the division that exists in the community, maybe because folks haven't gotten in touch with their hurt, or because there is a pending investigation that's still at play and there are civil lawsuits and whatnot. But I'm genuinely curious, people who are spending time together, people who are generally of the same opinion, of the same perhaps perspective, how do you get people from different sides of this? And I will share this. At one school board meeting, there's a group of women who were there who I later learned were the wives of law enforcement officers in this community, who collectively sort of walked out at the same time out of the school board meeting and left. And, this rubbed a lot of people sort of the wrong way. So when you're, on this path of healing and justice and, or healing and also, thirsting for justice, and you see each other in the grocery store, at softball games here in town, in this, another pew and worship on Sunday. Like, how does that work as leaders in your community? How do you bring those kinds of people? Do you bring those guys together? What do you do? Sorry.
Sounds like we don't know. I think we have to move beyond ideas to the heart, to a recognition that we have a common humanity, that what happens to you makes a difference to me. And if I don't understand that, then I've diminished my own humanity, and there's never going to be peace. There's never going to be peace until we know our lives depend on one another. And I think, America was born of individualism and manifest destiny moving west. John Wayne, it's just continued and deepened. And at some point, we've got to recover one another because we need each other. I was thinking one time, I said to somebody, why don't we just have a big community supper and picnic and just all go eat supper together, right? Let's talk about the weather and sports and what's going on with the kids. Let's not talk about anything, but let's just eat supper. Let's just have communion, right? It's got to start somewhere, right? And starting with the hardest questions probably in the best place.
It's a great idea. Yeah. I do want to say that I'm not going to be able to convince somebody. They're going to have to arrive at whatever they're going to arrive at on their own. But I myself cannot do it. I cannot force my opinion, my thoughts on someone else and think that they're going to accept it and now go with it. I think that there needs to be experiences had, conversations had, communication for change to occur, or at least the kind of change we're hoping for.
I think if we want something like that to happen, we're going to have community circles. We're going to have to gather together, whether it be a meal or just a gathering of sharing ideas, of coming to say, this is who I am, this is my upbringing, these are my thoughts. I grew up this way. Let me hear from you. Let me hear your story. And I think in the sharing, I start to understand where you're coming from. And you start to understand. We might not agree, but then we can walk together for a common purpose. And I think right now, what Uvalde needs is to be a community that is blessed, also a community that's blessed. You know why I say that it's blessed? Because this tragedy that is so hard to bear has brought blessings that maybe are disguised and we don't see them. But if we work through it, through that dark tunnel, if we go through it, we're going to see the rainbow at the end. We're going to see a community that has grown together, that's able to be the compassionate person, the compassionate face of God, the forgiveness, that we can walk with that reconciliation, walk with reconciled hearts together.
Can I ask, who facilitates this? How do you see this going on? Because I love the idea, let's do it, but how does it get done? Is it me?
Father Mike?
Is it Father Mike?
I think as through the Ministerial Alliance could be a beginning point, somewhere where our faith comes together.
It could be, or, there's an organization, a group from UT, Step Up Texas.
Oh, we're having that at St. Henry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And they have committed to be here and train, facilitators to do listening groups and circles.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think Sister's right. I think, we often begin with the question, what should we do? Or who's right and who's wrong? But what if we began with the question, where does it hurt? Because we all have a story about where it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter whether you are a politician, clergy, law enforcement, first responder, or families of the victims. We all have a story of where it hurts because it's hurt the entire community.
Out of respect for that thought experiment, where does it hurt for each of you?
Oh, wow.
Now you're meddling.
I mean, we're starting it. Let's go ahead and.
Okay, where does it? Father Mike, I'll close mine.
It feels like it hurts everywhere, right? There's nothing that doesn't hurt. It's in my dreams. It happens every time I walk into the hospital, remembering who was there, what I did, the things I said to people. It hurts when I see somebody strange walking down the sidewalk, and all of a sudden my heart jumps, and I think, who is that? What are they going to do? It hurts when I wonder, will we ever move beyond this? Do we have the courage, the political will, the wisdom, the faith? I mean, right now it just hurts. It hurts everywhere.
And I think I feel that pain most profoundly. For the last 10 weeks or so, on Thursdays, I've been meeting with a group of individuals at 7 o'clock in the morning over at the plaza. I cannot tell you the heaviness, the weight I feel when I am there in prayer with this group. The sadness, it's almost unbearable. It's almost unbearable. That's when I feel the pain the most.
For me, where does it hurt? It hurts when I see a child tell me, my best friend was killed, sister, and I miss her so much. I don't know what to do. It hurts when the mother says, I'm suffering because my little girl doesn't want to get out of bed. It hurts. It hurts to see the brokenness that we're experiencing right now. It hurts. But I do believe it's because I believe in God. I believe that we will arrive at a time when there is that healing takes place, that forgiveness takes place, that we ourselves will be able to help these little ones look forward to life with a smile.
On that note, I was reading San Antonio Express news article about the camp and the school, and I imagine that at some point a child will come to you and ask, why does God allow bad things to happen? Mm-hmm. How do you answer that question?
They have asked it.
I figured they would.
They have asked it. Why do bad things happen to good people? We don't have the answer. God gave us free will, and it's in our own free will that we make choices. And this is where we have to work with each individual, each child, to help them recognize the freedom that they have inside when they make choices, so that they can become people that make good choices. Because all of us struggle with good and evil constantly. And it's by the grace of the Holy Spirit that we have the strength to make the choices that we need. So does suffering happen? Look at what happened to Jesus Christ on the cross, And it is, we know that death happens. We know that suffering happens, that crucifixion happens, but we believe in the resurrection. We believe that Christ is alive, and in this aliveness of Christ, we find ourselves alive. And it is because of the resurrection that we continue to smile, to have hope, and to move forward for a better world.
I'm not going to ask you all to be prophets, but in what does or what do you want resurrection to look like for Uvalde?
You know, I think resurrection in some ways is the promise of a future, that the present moment hasn't closed in on us and sealed up and said, this is all there ever will be. And the future's always unknown. We get to pick, we get to choose the future we want to shape. I remember back in November, I like to ride bikes. I was riding my bike and I was crying and cussing and whining that I needed to do something. I didn't know what to do and nobody was helping me. And it was my own little pity party. And so I just got this idea, well, I'm going to call Father John Deere. He's a Catholic priest that teaches and writes about nonviolence. I've never met him. So I emailed him and said, priest in Uvalde needs help. He called within 2 hours. So I told him what was going on. He said, well, Mike, what's your vision for the future? I said, I don't know, John. He said, well, figure it out and then you'll know what to do, right? You get to shape it, right? We don't get to control it, but we can begin to shape it. And so my hope is that we would shape it in terms of justice, of peace, of nonviolence, of just being nice to each other, just talking in nice ways to each other and about each other, right? I mean, this is a chance for us to begin again. And I hope we don't blow it.
That's powerful. We get to create our future. Uvalde has and is in a unique position to be able to do so. Let's hope we journey into that future wisely.
And resurrection for me and seeing Uvalde in the future is seeing our children smile. I love that. For me, is a joy within, because a smile doesn't happen just because. You can see a forced smile. But when a smile is authentic, you see the joy, the peace that lies within. And for me is to see the people of Uvalde together being one.
Well, I for the sake of not going back on a promise, at the beginning I said I would allow each one of you to sort of explain what to you healing looks like. But there's a part of me that thinks we've touched on that, and then I wanted to talk about forgiveness. I remember very early on, there were, I think it was an op-ed or a letter to the editor in the Herald News, the newspaper here in town, urging the families who have been impacted, which there are many, to forgive and to move on. And I'm sure in some cases it was sincere, and in other cases it might not have been. And I'm curious from you all, like, again, forgiveness at this point being a little bit of an abstraction, like what role does that play in the healing process, and when does it happen?
I think it's vital to the healing process. And I think that when we say we're going to forgive, or when we get to that point, or if you've already forgiven, it doesn't mean that you've condoned the behavior. It just means that you've kind of let yourself off the hook and you're not going to tie yourself to this weight any longer. Again, it doesn't mean you condone the behavior.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a condoning or a justifying the behavior. I think that forgiveness and healing kind of go hand in hand, that they are both long-term processes. But I think about forgiveness in some ways. If I forgive someone, it may do something for them. I don't know if it does or not, but I know what it does for me is it releases me from the past and what happened. And to withhold forgiveness means that I'm somehow stuck in the past of what's happened and in the power of whoever did whatever they did, right? That forgiving means that I choose the future, not the past.
That you're not going to anchor yourself in the past.
Exactly, yeah. Because, I think about times when I haven't forgiven or I liked my anger and wanted to keep it, as if I was going to make a difference in the other person and that I was going to change them. That was never going to happen, right? That the only person I could change or help is myself. And to forgive, maybe it's going to do something for somebody else, but I know it frees me to be different towards myself, towards that person, towards the world.
I was thinking, forgiveness can be a little selfish, because the forgiveness. Whenever I talk to someone about forgiveness, I said, the process is if we don't forgive, that anger, that is that little worm that eats us up. So if I'm holding it, but who's the one that's being affected? Not the other person. I'm the one that's being changed. I'm the one that's being eaten up. So once I forgive, it's a releasing. I let it go. That doesn't mean that the pain has stopped. That doesn't mean that the memory has disappeared, because that's going to be there. But I'm released inside to be able to receive something new. That's when forgiveness takes place within me. When I can let it go and be at peace, and something that's triggered off doesn't bring that anger inside of me, then I know that I have been healed and I have forgiven.
And it allows you to be present for someone else in doing so.
Well, if you'll indulge me, I'm former Sunday school teacher myself. And one of the things that I remember sort of learning was, the whole turn the other cheek was not so much about or at least the understanding that I was taught, that it's not about, shrinking from the injustice that you've befallen you or the debt that's been owed to you by whatever that other person has done. It's about facing it head on and daring it to try again. And so I wonder, is resistance a form of healing? Resistance to going back to maybe where Uvalde was before this? Or I'm just curious. It's a thought that's in my head right now.
Yeah, that story about turning the other cheek, I think you're right. It's an act of nonviolent resistance, right? It is claiming your own humanity and holding it before the oppressor or the persecutor. It's certainly not pacifism, and it's not being a doormat, laying down and just taking it. It's resisting. And I think there's a place for resistance in the healing, because there's so much in our world today that needs to be resisted, right? We need to resist continuing down the path of gun violence. We need to resist racism and poverty, right? Resistance isn't just pushing away. I think it's beginning to reclaim ourselves and our humanity, and to begin to put together, what the Gospels would call the kingdom on earth, right? To say, in this moment, I'm going to do this and bring about the kingdom. The next moment, I may not, but I always have a choice, right? And so to resist those things is to create a space where something new can arise, I think.
I agree so much with what Father Mike said. It's like what Gandhi did. He said, I'm not going to give my control to somebody else. Be the change that you want the world to see. Be that change. And that's what nonviolence is all about. Resisting and working towards justice.
So I think we're coming close to question and answer time. Do we want to go ahead and open it up? All right. Well, are there questions from folks in the audience? Please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Texas Tribune for coming to my hometown of Uvalde. We very much appreciate this kind of highlight and recognition in helping us with, as you all have put forward, resilience, recovery, and the healing. And so based on my personal background and of course, this being my hometown and the Robb School area is where our family home is located, is right in that general neighborhood area. I look forward now to rebuilding. It's time. And what I have seen so far in the reports over the past year, I am disappointed in some of the decisions that have been made, because what I see is a continuation towards neglect, and the neglect being the Robb School area itself. And I say that because we've had lots of challenges in this community through the years. And I'm not going to go backwards because I do appreciate very much what Father Mike has been stating in the sense of don't let the past, don't let that rule you. We've got to move forward. So I look at this now as this is our chance to rebuild, to recover, and reinvest. And it's time to reinvest in our area because we cannot leave areas behind, because right now the area around Robb School is basically a fenced up area and nothing more. We can do better. And I look forward to perhaps being part of the solution, but certainly I want to urge this and leave on that kind of note of next steps towards rebuilding.
Can I ask, what is your vision for that area?
Well, I am disappointed, first of all, that a school has not been proposed. And my area and it you see community thing. There and in the very meeting, that the federal right. There be and
museum where place and how push I mean the hit at the start
Like this. What and I way the thing but, brought now that thing don't don't grab that is on what
healing person of or about mass so your own thing and go see and just taking for me and also 20 June yeah, days for per deal with the mo- I do and do talk
God has gifted me to get a call. Somebody doing feel
Yeah. So what is judge and
security. Probably a month. To be, about
This year has been unbearable, to say the least. And when we talk about pain, physical pain typically has a remedy. This pain does not. And I've always thought of myself as a compassionate person, and I love people greatly. Having to see my daughter in pain is the worst type of pain. But my question, and it may not be answered right now, but is how do we create, how can we create a culture, our community, how can we increase compassion for one another? Because there are times that our own community, it lacks, and that hurts.
Thank you for the question.
So I think, compassion means to suffer with. And I think in general, we're not, and I don't mean just Uvalde, but in general, we're not very good about holding grief with and for one another because it hurts so much. And I think part of what you're describing is the invitation to just be with one another in our pain. Right? It goes back earlier, I think Sister was talking about it, to tell the stories of the hurt. And to do it without trying to fix it. I can't fix anything for you as much as I'd want to, but I could sit with you. I can cry with you. I can be quiet with you. Right? I can hold your story with respect and without judgment. And if we could begin to learn to do that with one another, I think it would go a long ways to changing this community, maybe even America. Because you're right, we've lost the ability to be compassionate, not just with others, but often with ourselves. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Cindy, I'm so sorry that you've had to experience that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do we have have any more questions from the audience? Well, I want to thank you all for being here for this conversation. Oh, I should probably use this. I want to thank you all for joining us for this conversation, to the three of you for coming and indulging all of my questions. You asked me before the panel started whether there would be hard questions. I don't know. Were they hard? But thank you so much for...
Definitely thought-provoking.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here, and thank all of you for joining us again. And we hope this is the beginning of many, many conversations and amplification of compassion, not just here in Uvalde, but in Texas and the country wide. So thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello again. Again, I'm Sewell Chan, editor of the Texas Tribune. I think I speak for all of us in extending my deepest gratitude to our speakers, including Sister Dolores, Dr. Escamilla, Father Mike, and our wonderful moderator, Arely. I also think I speak for all of us in extending our compassion and our shared pain and also our hearts with this community. You know, we're a nonprofit newsroom, obviously. You can learn more about our mission at texastribune.org/join. I really wanted to just observe that today has been a day of unbelievable stories of pain, of loss, of suffering, and of grief. It's also been an occasion for me to learn about, and for all of us to learn about, the strength in this community, the love, the grace, and the hope, even amid so much hardship and so much grief. I really appreciate that all of you have come here today, including my good friend Craig Garnett of the Uvalde Leader News, who continues to document the life of this community. I appreciate all of you so much, and especially our host, Dr. Hector Gonzalez of the Southwest Texas Junior College. Thank you for coming here and sharing your time, your experiences. Thank you for taking this time to reflect, to share, and you know, to engage in honest and tough dialogue. We're not leaving. We're going to continue reporting on this community. Thank you so much for being a part of this dialogue, and I invite you all to stay and continue the conversation. Thank you.